Alrighty. What's up, dog? What's up, doggy? Oh shit. I was going through my phone. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let me get my my chats all set up here. Oh, hopefully that kept. Okay, cool. My chats. Cool, cool, cool. We are all set up to stream. I do believe. Got my doggo here that wants attention real bad. Don't you, doggo? Mm-hmm. I figure we'll hold for just a moment here, and then we'll get started. We've got first box. Got Aethon Shaan, which I'm pretty excited about. We've this dude is actually gonna fit into my list that I already play, so we're gonna build him today. Make sure that he's all good to go for my 2K point. I'm looking forward to it. My 2K point Vanguard Spearhead. Let me make sure I've got all my tools here real quick. Super glue in case we need it. We have got it's all in my my case. Beautiful. We've got everything here. Got our razor blade for when the sprue gets a little screwy with us. Got super glue, got plastic glue, and got clippers for the sprue. So we are all set for this. And then I've also got my little modeling light here. I'm sorry, it's kind of reflecting off of things. It's a little bright, so hopefully that is still visible. I've got my monster here because we are coming off an all-nighter. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm set and ready for this. And goddamn, monster does get you set and ready for this. I'm gonna pop open the plastic packaging here really quick. Pull out the sprues and stuff. Make sure that we are all set to build Aethon Shaan here. I've been incredibly excited for this dude to come out, and I didn't order him or anything, but my local game store got one of him in stock. So there we go. We got the plastic off. That right there is the back of our box. You can kind of see we've got a couple of different like decisions here for helmets and such. If my camera wants to focus, it really does not want to. But I do think I'm going to end up going with the helmeted version because I actually hate this dude's haircut. It's terrible. The hooded version I think is kind of cool too. So, you know, I don't know. We'll see how the model looks on completion and kind of decide what we want to do there. If we want to go, I actually think I'd do the face over the hood. But I'm currently leaning towards the Raven Guard helmet because it's a cool Raven Guard helmet. I already like the Raven Guard helmets as is. That is the full model right there with the masked face on it. So that is going to be what we're building. We're not going to be painting, though, because I'm still working on my painting. I'm still not perfect at this hobby. My painting's kind of atrocious. I've been keeping all of my characters for as I improve. So I've been improving on most of my regular Space Marines so far. So just building for now, no painting. And then once we're done building him, I also have a Emperor's Children combat patrol that I want to build. And I bought the Tomb World Kill Team box. So I have probably about 30 models that I'm able to build right now. So we'll get this guy out of the way. We'll see how much more we want to do after that. Oh, I've got even more than 30 because I also have a set of Hellblasters, set of Space Marine Hellblasters, and a set of Space Marine Heavy Intercessors, which are also hopefully going to fit into this Vanguard Spearhead list that I have built. So we've got a lot of building to do, and I don't think we're going to get through nearly as much today as I think I actually will. So we'll see that one as it goes. But I'm going to pop this box open because I am excited for this. I want to see what sprues we're working with here. I am totally screwing up this box. There we go. Pop that open. Nice, subtle 2 sprues to work with. Got our instruction booklet. And just for the funsies, I will put this over here for now so that y'all can see what we're working towards. Put my glue and stuff over there. Got our instruction booklet. And popping this open. If you guys haven't seen Warhammer before, this is what Warhammer instructions look like. And all of these orange pieces, so like taking this side for example, putting chest piece on the chest, all that orange, that's all glue that we're going to put on there. So it's kind of like reading Lego set instructions, really. It is not too bad at all. These instructions are not looking that bad to build at all. It looks like this is going to go very quick, very clean. So no serious problems there. Since we're not doing any kit bashes or anything like that, we'll just end up building the model and then deciding on the head as we build. Kind of see what is working best for our headpiece as we get going. So I'm going to set the instruction books off to the side because I don't think you guys totally need to see that. I don't know how much you care. Got our 2 sprues here. Looks like we have the back wings here. Looks like we have possibly a back piece to go with the wings here. We have the Raven Guard helmet on this piece right here, which is the helmet that I was wanting to run. I don't think my camera's going to focus in on it, though, because it's kind of trash. But we have our Raven Guard helmet. We've got the claws. Looks like we have the hooded helmet here, or the hooded head. Not the regular one, though, it doesn't look like. So we'll look at this sprue instead, which, yep, I see the regular head here. Which, honestly, it really doesn't look that bad. Maybe I will end up just doing the actual, like, face with the head on it. Because that doesn't look too bad at all. So we can definitely look at doing that. Well, we'll get started. We'll clip off our 1 and 2 pieces here. So I've got 1 right here. I've got 2 somewhere around here, I'm sure. I just need to find it. This 2 is the actual front piece. So 2, oh yeah, so 1 and 2 right here. These are the 2 pieces, 1 and 2. So we're gonna just clip those. We're going to use our razor, get off some of the extra sprue. Oh, do that the other way. Make sure we get as clean of a snip as possible. Leave as little behind. Makes it a little bit easier to scrape. There and there. That's our 1 piece. And we'll move over to our 2 piece here. There, there, and there. And that's our 2 piece right there. Boom, boom. Sorry, this isn't the best mat to be doing this stream on, but I have to do it near where my microphone is, and that just so happens to have my desk mat on it, which is fine because I don't want all these little sprue pieces all over the place. on my actual desk, so not terribly upset about it, but it does make the stream quality a little bit worse. Here, I'm gonna see if maybe I can just tilt this up just a little bit more. I can lean in a little bit more too. It's just a very tight workspace here. But I'm gonna shave a little bit of the extra sprue that was left behind from the snip. Adjust my microphone a little bit, so hopefully I go through a little bit easier. So we got this little bit of extra sprue up right where the head looks like it's going to attach. The head or some other similar piece. And for me, these don't have to be perfect. This is just a me thing. But I've found most of this stuff correctable in painting. But even then, got it pretty smooth. Got that pretty smooth. We've got a clip here and a clip here. So just do a really quick snip on this one. This is already pretty flat, pretty good. Beautiful. And same thing over here. We'll just do a real quick shave. Just make sure it's flat. And we are all good on that for the first part of Aethon Shaan. Let's shave out this piece a little bit here. Beautiful. It is flush. Feels good. And this little clip down here is really just a nothing burger. And then we've got, kind of wonder almost if it would be easier for me to move the display box. Nah, definitely not. There's really no good spot for this, is there? That's fine. So you have good. I'm not seeing any other funky looking sprue pieces on here. Maybe that piece right there. That's looking a little funky. Let's shave that down so that's flush and a bit nicer to look at, a bit nicer to work with. Which I honestly did not do an amazing job of right there. It's kind of a weird spot to hit with the blade. Okay, I took off a little bit extra there, but I don't think it's going to look bad at all. So I think we are all set. Our two pieces, first two pieces of Aethon are set for glue. So I'm probably going to use the rest of this plastic glue. I don't want to use the super glue if I don't have to. The plastic glue, I find it just melds a little bit better. So we've got our plastic glue ready. I really don't have a ton of this left, so I think we'll have enough for Aethon. But I think if I do models after this as well, that's where it's probably gonna get a little tight, a little spicy. But we're going to take this piece right here, this back piece. We'll get some glue on here. I did a little bit much there, so that's probably gonna need a little touch up. That's fine, I can run my blade over it, take a little bit off. That way we're not creating weird little segments. And then we will connect these two pieces together. And we're just gonna hold it here for a minute. It looks like we really didn't get that much extra glue protrusion, so I'm actually quite happy with that. We'll hold that here for just a quick second, make sure that that is going to be all good, make sure that that's going to be dry, it's going to take hold. In the meantime, I'm going to take a drink of my Monster. Beautiful. Awesome. So I'm pretty confident that's going to hold. That doesn't look like it's separating anywhere. So we can leave this to dry for now. We'll just set that down. Set it down up, probably like right there, right? And next pieces we're gonna need 3 and 7. So we've got 3. Which I definitely thought would be on here, but it's actually not looking like it. But I do have 7. So let's clip 7 really quick. And then we'll look on the other sprue piece for 3. So clip, and then clip. That one's going to be messy, I can already tell. When it starts giving a little bit of resistance like that, you can kind of just, you just know. It's going to be just a little messy, but that's okay. And then we're looking for our number 3 piece for the next instructions. Yo, happy Sunday, JJ. Welcome to chat. Welcome to chat. Clip our 3 piece. We're gonna do this from behind. Actually, that's gonna be a little bit easier. Hopefully, this might just be a messy one. Might have to take our time. Yeah. So we'll shave that down just a little bit. Just so it's flush. I don't want to make any extra markings. It can look really funky then. So that's pretty damn good, honestly. Take the 7 pieces leg here. We'll shave off that back shaving. That piece that gave us a little bit of resistance. You could totally tell. Left a lot of extra sprue on the limb there. But we got that pretty darn flush. Sorry, this is a really bad camera for modeling. So I'm doing my best right now. Awesome. And then there was one other clip point. And it's right here at the bottom of his foot. But honestly, that snapped pretty smooth. I don't think I'm going to worry about it. What's up, dog? How's it going, pupper? That model reminds me of Skarengi from Dark Crystal and Steroids. Wait, I gotta look this up really quick. Here, I'm gonna have to do this on my phone. I got my keyboard in a weird spot. Yes, hi, dog. What's up? Skarengi? Skekgra? I don't know. I don't know it. I'm unfamiliar. What's up, dog? I just fed you. What's up? My dog just wants some attention. We'll take a quick little stop here. Give my dog some attention. Gotta make sure doggo loved. And then we'll get that 7 piece and that 3 piece on. We'll be looking good. Yes, hi, dog. Little attention hound. My dog she chooses the worst times. They're the antagonists in that movie. Yeah, that is crazy to me. I've never heard of Dark Crystal as a movie ever. So that's I don't know, maybe I'll have to check that out. I don't know. What, you still want attention? What's up, dog? What? Don't worry, we'll go for a walk later. Not right now, but later. I saw your ears perk up. Later. Yup. Goofy dog. Okay. Let's get these pieces on. Let's get these pieces on. Dog's a little happier now. That's what more could you ask for? All right, we're gonna start with the chest piece here. I think. I just want to double check because it's kind of funky. I've never actually seen the chest piece on these attached separately, but that looks pretty clean actually. It's a Jim Henson movie, all Muppets puppet. Okay, so I do think I actually pulled up the right thing on my. What's up, dog? Jeez. Jeez. Never have enough. Alrighty, let's see here. Jim Henson. Wait, Dark Crystal. 1982? I think that would be correct. Yep, Jim Henson, yep. Wow, that is a wacky looking movie. It's got good reviews though. I'm gonna throw it on my watch later list. I'll check it out. That looks interesting. Looks like I'll probably have to get like a Tubi or Peacock subscription for it. Yeah, very interesting. I kind of see the resemblance, though, that you're talking about. I kind of see it. I do. Oh, shit. Knocking stuff over. It's a very incredibly tight workspace. My dog is not making this any easier. Alrighty. Let's get this chest piece on. Just gonna do some light glue. Some light glue up around the chest piece here. Just a nice thin layer. And then we'll make sure that that is on the model the way that it is supposed to be. Same thing as usual with the plastic glue. We'll just hold it here for a second, make sure that that's really on there good. As long as I'm confident it's not going to move around or fall off, then I am happy. That's all we're looking for. Beautiful. Got the chest piece on there. See if I can get the camera to focus a little bit, but it really does not like to. Yeah, it really struggles with it. Yeah, let's see if I can like... There we go. Beautiful. So that is the model we're looking at so far. That is current state of Aethon Shaan right there. First 4 pieces built. I really like that chest piece. That chest piece looks really clean. I can already tell that is going to be an absolute pain in the ass to paint. But I like the feathers up on the shoulder plate too. Like, yeah, this is looking like a really good model so far. I like it. I'm excited. And that's actually only with the number 3. I totally forgot about the number 7 piece. So that was only first 3 pieces. Number 7 piece is going to fit. It looks like... Where does it? I'm trying to put the boot inside his leg. Man, that is... silly me, I guess. How is this going to go on? That is a bit of an awkward fit. Ah. Just like that. That is going to be one that we have to hold. We're going to have to hold that there. For at least a little bit. Do the same thing. Get some light glue. All the connecting parts. Sometimes not even the connecting parts. Sometimes I actually just cover it because it fits a little more comfortably. And then we just got to make sure that this is fitting the way we want it to. So making sure that it's flush with the other piece, making sure that it is in the place it needs to be. Beautiful. I'll let that dry again before showing that. In the meantime, we'll cut our next couple of pieces there. And yeah, it looks like that leg will stay on. Actually pretty all right on its own. I'm not too worried about it. It's looking pretty good. Beautiful. Next piece is going to be 4 and 5. This is going to be the actual shoulder pad. This is going to be, I think, looking at this, is going to be his right shoulder pad. So it's going to be this piece right along here that we're going to build. Man, doggo, what's up? You just lonely? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My dog, she just wants attention. She wants all the attention. Don't you, pupper? She wants to start petting her. She's happy. She like starts trying to lay down too. It's just like, I don't want to follow you down. My chair's not built for this. It's just not built for it. Here, while I'm petting my dog, we can look on these. So we got 5-piece right here. We've got 4-piece. What does that look like? That's gonna be the arm. We've got 4-piece right here. So we're gonna be able to clip both these pieces out, get those put together, put that on his shoulder. Let's get that done really quick. So we got that there. And this sprue right here. Oh, come on. It's being stubborn with me. There we go. Alright, it doesn't look like it left a ton of sprue behind. We'll do a little bit of shaving there. And then we'll get the 5-piece right here. We're going to flip this around. It looks like it's going to be easier to clip this from this side. Beautiful. Oh man, camera totally lost focus there. Totally lost focus again. This camera's really struggling with this. Webcam, not a good model building cam. Cool. So yeah, if you're ever curious, here, maybe I can show this. Maybe it'll focus on this really quick. Maybe. Come on. Come on. Give me a focus here. Give me a focus here. Come on. Please. There we go. It's starting to focus a little bit. That is what happens with the sprue. So that's why I'm shaving, is you get bits like that. Those are solid on there. And they show when you paint really easily too. Sorry, it's really not wanting to focus on anything up close, but you can kind of see it a little bit just off of the blurry mess that it is. It's that little white dot there and there. That's extra sprue that's sticking out off the model. So I'm just gonna take a second, shave this off really quick. Make sure that it's flush. Make sure I'm not taking too much off. I don't want to indent it either, because that is completely irreversible. Do the same thing with this cut here. Beautiful. Not quite as flat as I want, though. Let's see if we can take just a little more off without digging in. Trying to look for my knife to be able to glide pretty smoothly around it. Which that's pretty close. I'm happy. I think if I try to do more on that, it might start digging in. Let's get this little piece here just flattened off just a smidge. Beautiful. And we'll do the same thing for this piece, and we'll get these attached. Gets a little bit tough when you get shoulder pads. Here, I'll see if I can get it to focus again. It just doesn't want to. It likes the big piece. It doesn't like the small pieces. But it gets a little bit funky. You get these shoulder pads that get a little bit of texture, and then the sprue is right on the texturing. So shaving it down gets really tricky. You don't want to mess that up. And then we'll get this. Beautiful. That is those shaven down. Believe the leg is pretty firmly in place here. It doesn't look like it's going anywhere. So we attach these two pieces first. We'll do 4 and 5 together. Looks like here, I actually kind of got to look at this a little bit from the angle that they have the image on. So it looks like the arm is backing up and going down this a little bit, and I can kind of see that because there's an opening there as well. It kind of looks like the arm has to go through there, but it's hard to tell. This is a funky one. So how did they do this? This piece like this, you get the 5 piece like that and put together. I think I see the vision, I think. It's just being a little weird. Because it kind of looks like the fist needs to like go up and through it. But that's not quite the case on the plastic itself. So if I had, because this is going to be his right arm. So fist down makes sense. I'm going to have to get a little finicky with this one, I think. It's just being a little weird. Yeah, it looks like they also put a glue spot on the top of his wrist, so there's a connection point there somewhere that I'm totally missing. Because it looks like they put a little bit like right here. Where is that connecting? Weird, very, very weird. Yeah, I'm going to bring the instructions into the light really quick. Make sure I'm reading this correctly. Because this, they have like this. And they have the arm here. Oh. Wow, that is a weird one. But we get it to fit. We just got to glue that in like that. Okay, very, very interesting. We'll do the glue on the arm. I don't think I'm going to do the glue connection point on the robe in the hand, though. That seems a little weird, a little tricky. And I think this will be enough to just hold it in place without making a ton of glue spots. There we go. So, yep, we'll get that on there. And then we'll slide the hands into place just like I had it. Beautiful. Awesome. That looks like that connected nicely. Cool. And then you take this piece. This is going on his right shoulder. So we'll just make sure that we kind of see this correctly here. Because this was the spot where I also did a little bit of weird shaving. Or no, this is actually going to be his left, isn't it? No, it's not. That's just me being dumb. Okay. So the way this should connect on here, I feel like should be just about there, but it's not as flush as I would want it to be. Which maybe that's just going to be a part of the model, honestly, because it looks like getting it more flush than that is going to be tough. So we'll get this arm on really quick. I think I'm happy with it as is. Maybe I can get some cement on there. Kind of make it a little bit cleaner. But for now, get that arm on. Hopefully. I think we're going to want a little bit more, and so I'm going to do that on the actual body itself. We'll do a little bit there as well. And this one we're going to hold for a good couple of seconds. Make sure that that really attaches on there because it is not fitting as flush as I would want it to. Oh, this isn't good. So yeah, we're just gonna hold this here for a second. I think that's our best course of action, is we're just gonna hold this here for a second. We're gonna make sure that this is on as nicely as we can get it. So that does look correct. Ooh, there we go. I got it flush. I found the sweet spot. Now we're really holding it there. We're going to make sure that that stays put. Beautiful. All right, let's see. Here, does the camera want to focus on this? There we go. So that is... No, it lost it. It's having a hard time trying to figure out what to focus on here. Come on, this right here. There we go. So that is that shoulder piece. On the model itself. It looks like it's taking hold pretty nicely. So I'm not too worried about it. We are going to set that down carefully because that's for sure not 100% dry. It is just enough to hold for now. But we got it on. That's what matters. I'm happy with it. Oh. Dog took off. Oh, never mind. So, looking for the 6-piece now, which is going to be some of the feathered wings on the back. Kind of this piece right here, which is going to be on this sprue with the number 6. So it's going to be this one right here. So I'm gonna shuffle the model out of the way here for just a quick second so we can get this clipped. Make sure I'm not gonna knock anything around. And we'll clip this from the back side because that's where all the easy slots are to get this in. So boom, boom, and boom. Beautiful. That is our back wing right there. Do a little bit of shaving, make sure we get off that extra plastic sprue. Get it off without actually cutting into the model piece. That is the goal. There's one more connecting point, which is right here. I see it. which it cut pretty cleanly regardless, so I'm pretty happy with that. But dude, just a little touch up. Beautiful. This 6-piece, how confident am I in this arm deciding to stay put? I'm feeling pretty confident. I think it'll hold just fine. So what we're gonna do is take this wing piece, and it looks like it glues. Let's double check, make sure we're gonna do this right before I glue, because this model's been really weird so far. Okay, that's really easy to connect actually, because it wraps around the back piece where jump troopers usually get like their jump packs and stuff. So this is actually gonna be pretty easy to attach. We'll get a little bit of plastic glue on here. And here, we'll put a little bit around it as well, just to make sure that this really attaches. Because there's nothing really holding this one in place. It's kind of just guiding, but not holding. And this is one that we're going to have to sit here and hold for a minute as well. Ooh, maybe not. That took hold pretty easily. It's a little, like, flimsy looking in the back, but it's not bad enough. Let me see if I can get it to focus. Come on, there we go. It's a little flimsy on the back piece there. A little bit of a gap. I'm sure that'll get cleaned up with the model. Feeling pretty good about that, though. Feeling pretty good about that. That is looking pretty decent so far. It looks like it's all fit correctly. So I am going to, I think, leave that there. Just doing all my checks here, making sure that this all looks right and good. All right. Which it does. Everything here looks fine. So, I'm gonna do now his, I believe that would be his right hand, his left claw. This is gonna be our 9 and 14 piece. Which we have got, that one's actually 15, we got 14 right here. And we have 9, I believe, on the other sprue, which we definitely do. I see it. So we'll clip 14 here really quick. Just make sure that this is good enough. And this is a very funky one to get these pliers into. But we got it. We got it. Beautiful. That is the claw that we're looking for. And then we'll go to the other sprue piece here. Clip off 9, which only has one connecting point right there. Boom. Easy. Very, very easy. Make sure that we get these shaved down just a little bit. Cool. And then this right here, the claw. These we're definitely going to want to take down just a little bit. And we got to be careful because I'm pretty sure this one will definitely be noticeable if it does have this extra sprue on it. Okay, that's not bad. And we will do this right here. It's a little tricky, but not undoable. Beautiful. And we'll get this little extra piece off the claw here without breaking the claw. Beautiful. We are all set on the shavings for these pieces. We'll do number 9 first, which is going to be his rightmost hand, I believe that would be. So yes, number 9 is going to be going on the right. Is it though? No, because he's already got a hand there. I'm looking, okay, sorry. I'm reading the instructions in a much darker spot than I have these lit up. So this hand is going to fit on his left. And it's going to fit right there. Very easy. Well, should be very easy. What an interesting decision. All right. I'm feeling confident enough, though. I think getting this on won't be too big of a problem. Let's see if we can kind of use some of the extra glue there. We'll get some of the wet glue there. And we'll put that on very carefully. It has a bit of a funny fitting to it, but we got it on nicely. So we will let that hang out for a minute. In the meantime, I'm going to kind of look at how we get this claw on, which looks very simple, very easy connecting point there. So that should fit very nicely. Feeling fine setting that down, I think, and we can just get a little bit of plastic glue on there and set that very nicely into that gauntlet. Beautiful. So, let's see if we can get this to focus again. I doubt it will. It seems to really dislike it. I kind of have to cover this up because it wants to focus on the box, I think. But if I cover the box... Come on, let's do this, camera. I believe in you. I believe in you, camera. You can do it. Let's go. Oh, it's not going to do it. That is so tragic. It'll do it as the model gets bigger, but for whatever reason, it's not like in the small pieces. But this is a pretty hefty chunk of this model put together really quickly, actually. Make sure that that gauntlet stuck nicely. It really did. And the claw is kind of pre-fit in a way, so that's going to hold on no matter what. And we got 8 and 10 coming up. This looks like the other shoulder pad, the left shoulder pad, all the way through. It's 2 different pieces of the left shoulder pad. So if we can look for 8 and 10 while we're waiting for those pieces to kind of dry up a little bit. We've got 10 right here, and we've got 8, I believe, on the other sprue. So let's clip 10 for now. So it's got 2 connecting points right there. That is good. Let's look at the other sprue. See where we got number 8. Right here, easy enough. Clip that and come over here and clip this. Set our 2 pieces down. We'll put the sprue off to the side again. And same process. Let's really quickly shave off some of the extra plastic. Make sure that model is flush. Looking very nice. Make sure that this piece right here, looks like I left a good little chunk of extra plastic sprue on that piece, but we got that off nice and clean. We'll do number 8 here. Left definitely a big chunk of plastic there, which once again came off pretty clean. And then there's one other connecting point right here. That is a really awkward way to hold the piece for shaving this down a little bit, but we got it. We manage. Beautiful. Alrighty, it looks like the 8 piece goes on first. I'm going to just really quickly kind of pre-fit it, make sure that I understand how this wants to fit. So, it looks like that piece is going to be moving more forward, actually. That right there, I bet you, is our fitting. Totally is. Let's get that on there. A little bit of plastic glue up around this piece. And we will set that in place, which I believe would be this is fitting a little bit awkwardly right now. And I wonder if that is because of a mismanaged arm placement. Nope, we got it right there. We got it. Alrighty, here, let's see if I can get this to focus. Let's see if we can do it. Beautiful. Come on, you were doing so well, camera. Beautiful. Let's see if I can kind of turn this around a little bit without it losing its subject here. Oh, we were doing so good. This camera is terrible. It just doesn't want to do it. I mean, you got a great image of the front piece there, but for whatever reason, does not want to focus on the back. Here, while we let that do its thing for a minute, let me see what I can do with the camera really quick. Just out of curiosity to see if I can get it to maybe focus a little bit better. We are going to pull up some shenanigans. Honestly, I wonder if I turn off autofocus, would it do better? I mean, to a degree. It's still trying to really shoot up back. We'll keep messing with the camera here for a second while we let this do its thing. Here, what happens if I turn up the focus manually? Will that then do this Oh, look at that. Beautiful. That is our piece right there. That is Aethon in the making. We'll back the focus back up for now. Sorry, my dog's feeling very needy this morning. She just wants attention. Don't you, pupper? It's fine. It gives me a chance to drink a little bit more Monster, too. Make sure I'm getting my caffeine. Caffeine, great for building, terrible for painting. You get so jittery so easily. It makes it hard. But for building, I love my caffeine for building. Yes, hi baby. Doggo's just being goofy. Just being goofy. Well, let's see how this 10 piece is gonna fit here really quick. What? She's trying to crawl up into my lap. Oh no! Oh no! Dog wanted to come say hi. Here, you come say hi right here? No? You're just locked in, aren't you? You just want attention. Mm-hmm. She's just being a sweet baby. This chair isn't built for you, dog. It is not built for two of us. It's always when you want to stream, right? Always when you want to stream, pets want the most attention. Yeah, you went all day yesterday leaving me alone. All day yesterday. I wasn't even streaming. You wanted nothing to do with me. But here we are now. Silly little goober. Okay, here, let's see if I can reach around my dog here. She's not having it with me working on this model right now. Okay, don't eat my pieces. I'm sorry. I apologize, dog. Yes, your breath stinks. Goober. Here, we'll set the model here for now. That's what we have completed. For those of you joining in on TikTok, that is what we've got completed right there. We will continue working on it once my dog deems it is good to do so. Unfortunately, she's just hanging out at my desk. Aren't you? Pretty happy with this model so far. There's a couple of weird points on this where it didn't really have any like direct connectors, especially on that left arm. It really didn't have any direct like way to connect the piece. I do like having direct ways to connect pieces on specifically characters because I don't think characters are really meant to be repositioned. So I feel like I'd rather have that guided and be really clean. I'm fine leaving that alone for... Oh, I'm sorry, dog. I'm fine leaving that alone for, like, general Space Marines and, you know, your general cannon fodder and stuff. But, you know how it is, you know? Man, this is one of those models that almost makes me regret playing Sally's. Got anything... Any suggestions for something I could proxy him as? Honest to God... No clue. I do apologize. No clue. I am really really bad at proxying because I'm still very new to tabletop games as a whole. I've been playing 40k for about I want to say about 6, that would be 7 months now. So it'd be pretty hard. I bet you could find some clean 3D prints for proxies if you were looking for them. Otherwise, I'm trying to think. I mean, in the end, if you have Kayvon, you could probably just proxy Kayvon as Aethon and get away with that as well, you know, because they are the same base plate model. They're both chapter masters, so I could see that maybe. But man, I don't know. I'm trying to think about that, and I'm just I'm not too sure. I'm bad. I'm bad with my own proxies. I end up spending so much money. Trying to think, like, yeah, to proxy him into a salamander army. Oh man, proxying him into salamanders. I'm not sure. I just don't know salamanders that well either. I know Blood Angels really well. I know Templars really well. And I know Raven Guard because I play Raven Guard. Man, proxying him into salamanders. I'm not sure. I think you'd probably have more on that than I do. You're good. I'm also very new. Iron Hands figures fit because I like Mechanicus, but Bird Dude is a little harder. Yeah, that's fair. I could totally see it. Like, I think fitting Iron Hands into some of my lists could be really cool too. Um, yeah, but just like, yeah, fitting him, it's weird because he is so, like, unlike Kayvon. I think Kayvon was much more proxyable as just a jump pack intercessor for other Space Marine armies that you want to do. But Aethon is so incredibly Raven Guard, you know? Like, here, I can kind of bring up the focus here a little bit, show the model a little bit closer. But like, he is so incredibly Raven Guard. My camera's really not liking the close focus. I do apologize. Um, so incredibly Raven Guard because you get the ravens built into the gloves. You get the ravens built into the gloves. You get the obviously the bird stuff on the sides. You get the ravens built in on the pauldrons. Like, it's so hard to find a. Oops, I just dropped them. So hard to find a actual proxy in other armies, like another way to put him in somehow, you know. So yeah, I'm totally, I do not know, honestly. I'd say I mean, in the end you could probably just say like, fuck it, I just want him to be a intercessor or whatever, you know. You could probably just say like, yeah, I'm just gonna make him a part of the army and he's just gonna do this. But making like an accurate, like, kind of cool proxy, that's a lot harder in my opinion, and I'm already terrible at it. I just end up spending hella money to build so many different things. Continuing, now that my dog has left me. Where did that just, oh, okay. I thought that piece just escaped me. It looks like this fits forward. Don't worry about the camera, and he does have a lot of iconography on him. Yeah, I think as a display piece, he'll be amazing, you know. In some ways, like, the chapter masters, I really like all the chapter masters as display pieces. They're just cool. Yeah, I want to pick up Trazen at some point myself. I just got my first little bundle of Necrons because I just bought yesterday, the kill team, the Tomb World kill team box. So I'm gonna kind of, I don't think I'm gonna build a full Necron army because I already have a player in my group that plays Necrons. But I'm gonna have a couple, and I feel like Trazen is just, especially to paint, I feel like that'd just be kind of cool. I really like these display piece models. You know, I've bought Aethon, I've bought Kayvon. I want to get Dante really bad. I want to get Belisarius really bad. I might get Gilliman. Like here, I actually have it over here as well. I just bought and built like about 2 weeks ago. I just bought and built Fulgrim as a model as well. So I got Fulgrim. I don't have him painted because I want to paint him with an airbrush, and my airbrush is out of commission. But I love these display piece models, so I genuinely think he could be worth buying just for the sake of a display piece. It's such a unique and cool model, especially for the Space Marines too, which I feel like are bland a lot of the time. Man, my dog leaves me and then goes and starts barking at the neighbors. She is just on her own game plan today. Wow, this is a weird bit to land. Because that's definitely supposed to be forward like that. But where in here does it fit like the way it's supposed to? I'm kind of lost right now. This model, I will say this model, I think it's been the first model that's really been throwing me for a loop on how to put some of this stuff together. It's really interesting. I just helped my wife put Fulgrim together last night. Yeah, Fulgrim is such a awesome model. I love the Primarchs so much. They are such a cool set of characters in general. I saw Angron at the game store yesterday. I was kind of tempted. I don't even have any interest in, I think that's World Eaters. I don't have any interest in World Eaters in the slightest as like a playable army. But Angron as a model is just cool, and that's kind of how I was with Fulgrim. But Emperor's Children, I do think I'll actually build an army for at some point. So I was super excited to put Fulgrim together. More excited to paint him as well. I think that'll be awesome. What in the world? Oh my lord, I see how this goes together. I was totally biffing how that was going on. It doesn't really fit flush, though, so I wonder if maybe I'm doing something wrong there. It's also cool that your wife has a 40k interest, you know? I think that would be absolutely awesome. Have you read any of the Heresy books? First couple got me interested in World Eaters. I just finished Horus Rising about a week ago. I'm about 2 chapters into False Gods right now, so I am incredibly excited. But it hasn't really touched up on the World Eaters as of yet. You know, I'm sure you know if you've probably read more than I have. Oh man, this piece is so weird. This makes me think I like screwed something up on the arm, but I'm pretty darn confident I didn't. So this is just being a stubborn piece to put together that I'm considering just like putting it on and plastic cementing to close up. This is also my internal monologue when building. Yeah. Oh, your wife is the one that got you into it. That's awesome. That's really cool, actually. Yeah, I mean, that's a cool hobby. That's a cool hobby to share too. Galaxy in Flames features them more. I haven't read it, but First Heretics is also apparently good. Yeah, I own Galaxy in Flames. I bought it at the same time I did False Gods. Um, but interesting, yeah. I mean, I want to get through as many of the Heresy books I think as I can. You know, I wasn't even planning on ever reading Warhammer. But my dad bought me the first book because he knew I was into it, and I think my family kind of just wanted me to get back into reading a little bit because I haven't really read a book other than textbooks since sophomore year of high school. So it's been like 6 years. That was the first novel I read since then. And hey, I mean, it accomplished its job. I'm excited to keep reading Warhammer books in general. I wanna read Fall Acadia really bad too. I think that book will be awesome. Yeah, I might have to just plastic cement this one. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This one is like, man, I must have gotten that other piece off by like just oh, I can push it in. Can I get it back out? Awesome. All right, we're doing that. We're sending it, and if it screws up too bad, we use plastic cement and clean it up later. Maybe. But yeah, the Heresy books are really good. And obviously, I was already, like, as I kind of said earlier, I was already looking at Emperor's Children as an army. So seeing the Emperor's Children pre-Heresy in Horus Rising was incredibly cool. Lucius as well, because I played a game with Lucius on Tabletop Simulator, and he is a really cool model. He plays really cool. So I've been having a lot of fun with the books. Beautiful. It's a little like a half millimeter off of flush. That is plastic cement cleanupable. That is that piece on. Wow, that was giving me a hard time. That was giving me a run for my money right there. Holy. This model's coming together, though. I'm happy with it. I feel like this is going to be one of those models that as I get better at painting and I come around to this, I am going to hate myself for building this without painting it in a couple of different pieces. But whatever, I'm excited to just build this. This is such a cool model. I can't wait to play him, too. I might actually play Aethon in a 1,000-point game earlier. Oh, I just got a 1,000-point army with Fulgrim, Lucius, and the EC Combat Patrol. Excited to see how it plays. Yeah, I just bought the Emperor's Children Combat Patrol yesterday as well. I just, for whatever reason, decided that yesterday I am allergic to money and I have to get rid of as much of it as possible. So I also bought the Emperor's Children Combat Patrol yesterday. Because the Emperor's Children is such a cool army, you know? So that's super exciting. I hope your wife enjoys it. You know, I really enjoyed it in Tabletop Simulator. I actually think I enjoyed it more than I enjoyed the Vanguard Spearhead detachment that I run right now. But I like the aesthetic of the Raven Guard so much that I was gonna finish Vanguard Spearhead to 2,000 points. Let's see what the next piece we need here is. We can clip that out real quick. It is the other back piece wing here. We can clip that out real quick. See what the easiest side to do this on is. Beautiful. Did your wife play another faction before Emperor's Children, or is this both of you guys getting into playing the tabletop right now? Let's see what we can shave off here. We can take a little bit off here. Just make sure that that's flush and clean. It's really actually clipped quite nicely though. Maybe just a smidge off this point right here. Beautiful. And I already know how these go on. This one's a little bit trickier, not as much of a hold it looks like. But it will attach directly to the other end of the wing. The other wing. We'll get that on there. Okay, this is one that I'm actually going to want a little bit of glue connecting the bottoms on as well. Which kind of sucks, but whatever. We can, if that protrudes at all, we can correct it later or in painting, whichever ends up being easier as I look at it. She actually almost went sisters, but changed her mind last minute. Converted Exorcist into Chaos Rhino. Aesthetics fit well, surprisingly. Yeah, that's interesting. I was looking at Sororitas as my first army, and we ended up having someone start buying Sororitas, and then decided that they were gonna kind of take it slow on the tabletop, chill out, and not go into it as hard. So I was trying to look for a Sororitas Combat Patrol yesterday, but that does make sense that the Exorcist goes into Chaos right now. That actually, like, yeah, shockingly, I could see that working quite well. I think there's definitely gonna be a couple of points on this model where we get some plastic cement going. Let's see if I can kind of show it off a little bit. Camera doesn't care for this too much, but it's a pretty cool model so far. I'm excited. That is very nice, very clean. We'll set that like that. We'll let that back wing kind of dry on there a little bit. Got that all set up. Well, here's the choosing point for what I want to do for the head. What do I want to do for the head? Like, the Raven Guard helmet is so tempting because it's a Raven Guard helmet, and I love those helmets. But the face is just like, it's the face. It's the character. I feel like it's mandatory. I'm struggling on this decision a little bit. Okay, well, there's another piece I can work on while still being indecisive, which is gonna be the other leg. So we can just clip that out really quick and do that. It's not that piece. It is probably on the other sprue. Camera's fighting, but still looks dope. Yep, it is. Camera's struggling. C920. It's not meant for model building, unfortunately. Do I have a homebrew color scheme or usual Raven Guard? For the most part, usual Raven Guard. Here, if I can. So I've been messing around with paint and how I kind of want to do it. I wanted to go. Let me just grab these really quick. So I've been messing around with these a decent bit. I wanted to go closer to Death Specters with my paint scheme for Raven Guard, but I mean, obviously this is my first army, so this has also been me learning how to model paint. I've never model painted before. But yeah, this is gonna be a struggle. It's once again the focus game. These are, I might have over-focused. Wow. Focus went to the dumpster for this one. Oh, we were so close. There we go. So yeah, I want to go closer to Death Specters for the color scheme. But I've been learning how to paint as well, which means a lot of my paints are very basic. And it tends to be a process of like, what do I want to possibly try on the next model? So I started incredibly basic. This was the, I believe, second model I've painted, or this was the first model that I have ever painted in my life right here. Kind of wanted to go closer to Death Specters. And then since then, I've kind of just been messing around with a couple of different things. So I ended up doing this guy next without any of the wash over the pauldrons or anything. I was curious how the clean white looked. Which honestly, I think I'll end up making it dirtier. I think I like it a little bit dirtier. I messed with this dude a little bit just to see if I could do blood on there, but I'd have to go back and kind of retexture it a little bit. And then this one was my most recent one. And I think it's so far my favorite. I think the Nuln Oil wash went over a bit better than the Agrax Earthshade. But I still want to do a little bit of touch-ups because the gun wasn't really detailed or anything. So I've been trying to go close to like the Death Specters color scheme, but I've also just been messing around with stuff and kind of seeing what looks good and what doesn't as I've been learning how to paint. I guess it technically wasn't my very first model that I painted, but the first one that I started painting I never actually finished, which is a over here is a Sulfur Hound for the Admex, which looks like trash, and I'm going to end up getting some paint remover and taking it off and retrying my Admex as I improve, because this faction is hard. But yep, Death Specters for the paint scheme. That was the goal. I use a minimal amount of glue on character heads so I can take them off later easier. I go with the helmet because I'm biased to beakies. Yeah, I know. I'm really biased to the beaks too. The helmets are so cool. But it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. This is also my first painting experience. Yours look better than mine did. I mean, I'm sure yours look fine too. You know, I think I just put a lot of focus on just trying to make sure that I'm getting the very basics down as good as I can. So I made absolutely sure that before I was like putting any paints on, it was like, all right, I'm going to make sure that this is a perfect mix of like water and paint, and I'm going to make sure that I get all this down as nicely as I can and not overextend myself. So I think the base coat that I have down right now looks good. It's just also really basic. Like, it is all flat colors. So there's, you know, it's not impressive by any means. Raven Guards seem rather tactical, don't seem the type to take their helmet off in battle, especially with a jetpack. Would suck to get smacked in the head while flying. You know, that is... Actually, I'm going to use that exact excuse if my friends give me shit for putting his head on. I'm doing the helmet for that comment. I think that is golden. I love that. And I tried to make gold salamanders without understanding thinning well. It was rough. Yeah, I know. The metals, metallic colors, I've noticed thin really awkwardly. And I'm scared because my friends don't like painting. I do like painting. But we have a Custodes player that's like, oh yeah, let's do, like, if you can paint the Custodes for me, that'd be great. And it's like, I would love to, but oh my lord, I think it's going to be a challenge in itself. They're much better now though, and yes, want to avoid dust in the eyes. Yeah, exactly. Its tree branch loses their commander. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, I'm doing the helmet for that reason. That would be the funniest way to ever lose a battle in all of Warhammer, is just full-blown jump back smack, like dead into a tree branch, or like some weird like metal that's sticking out of concrete or whatever. You just boom. There you go. Commander gone. You're cooked. Yeah, we're definitely gonna do the helmet. I just, yeah, the helmet looks so good. I can respect the Aethon's like face mask. I really can, but man, helmets are just so clean. Waiting on these markers in the mail from AK Interactive. The colors look weird, but the metals looked good. Interesting. I'll have to look at that. I haven't looked at anything from AK Interactive. Zinch and Nurgle working together. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the other thing, is I have been painting exclusively with Citadel so far. And it is because it is the only paints that my local game store supplies is Citadel. I wanted to get some Vallejo, because I've heard Vallejo paints can be really good. But, yeah, it's a bit of a challenge. I hate how chunky and dry and thick painting metals normally are, and having to use a separate paintbrush and water pot for metals. Yeah, it's a pain. I've been trying to do all of my metals, because obviously the metals I have on my models right now, I have metals on like the chain swords, I have metals on the bolters, and I've done all of them dry brushing so far, because I just don't like paint thinning the metals. It is not fun. So I've been dry brushing all of my metals so far. I'll let you know once I try them. As a CSM player, trim is my nightmare. Yeah, Chaos Space Marines look like a nightmare for trim. It's like everyone is a mini Reboot Gilliman. It's kind of scary. I was looking at buying that Combat Patrol yesterday. I hate how chunky and dry and thick painting metals normally are. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I already read that. My brain is turning off. I have not slept yet. I have been up playing games and building Warhammer, alright? This is the ideal weekend. I don't know if it'll help your scheme, but I use a Retributor armor spray primer, then thin layer contrast until I get the color I want. Gives a burnished copper look under the warp lighting. Interesting. I might try that at some point, just for the funsies, honestly. I might just try that and see how that comes out anyway. Because, yeah, I've been doing all of my bases and primes in Chaos Black Citadel spray primer. And I do not go past that for anything right now. So I want to start learning gradients, and I think in order to get a better gradient on black armor, I'm going to have to stop basing in black. Sleep is for, yeah, EC trim is terrifying. Yeah, it's it looks terrifying. Sleep is for sleep is for chaos, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely like I might try that and see what happens there. I will probably try that at a later date, because I bought so many models yesterday that I cannot afford paint on my current job on my current job pay. But I'm gonna write that down, and I'm gonna try that as soon as I end up getting some more paints. That sounds incredibly interesting. Here, really quickly, I was gonna looking for piece number 12. I don't know where it went. Right here, there it is. Get this other boot on while I'm reading through chat. Same bank account is sad. Yeah, I'm working towards a better paying career right now, but I work borderline minimum wage at the moment, so to blow as much money as I just did is a tragedy. Granted, I am very much lucky to be living at my parents' house while I work towards getting my next job, so I don't have to pay rent or anything. So I get the ability to spend, but oh my lord, it is is a tragedy. I should not be spending this much on Warhammer, but it's plastic crack, you know? Like, I have to. It's an obligation. Oh man, I trimmed that out a little funny. Yeah, GW color primers are too expensive. 30 bucks for 4 bucks worth of paint. Yeah, it's I feel like Citadel as a whole is just expensive paint. And from what I've heard, the main thing that they do incredibly well is their contrast paints. But basically everything else you can get cheaper and better quality at other places, which is why I was initially looking at Vallejo. Because I've heard Vallejo is really good. There's a lot of Vallejo kits that are cheaper than Citadel kits. So that was stuff that I was looking at. Because yeah, GW, Citadel paints are just expensive. That's how I justify getting an airbrush. I am in the midst of getting my airbrush up and running right now. I've got a... I've got this beauty right here, this Ultra, that I purchased. And it's supposed to be a really good beginner-friendly airbrush, so I'm incredibly excited to use it. Problem is, I keep buying more models and not the actual, like, piping that I need to connect the airbrush to my air compressor. So I have an airbrush and an air compressor. I've had both of them for 3 months now, and I have not used this thing once because I am too lazy to go to the harbor and freight and buy the tubes that I need to connect it. Man, my dog is just losing it upstairs. Good lord. Yeah, I like the contrast to some of the special ones, like the Mordant Earth for lava crackles, or some of the glowy paint. Yeah, I've heard their contrast paints are supposed to be really good. I've only used Citadel, really, but I'd absolutely buy other brand base and primes. Yeah, I mean, thankfully that Chaos Black primer is going to get me basically through all of my Raven Guard, so kind of lucky there. And then but I'm going to end up... I think the only other GW base and primer that I'm gonna buy is the I think it's called Corax White, if I'm not mistaken. It's another spray primer that they have, and it is not for Warhammer, but it's for doing the Stormtroopers for Star Wars Legion. I've heard it's really good for doing them. So I was looking at buying one more for doing Star Wars Legion Stormtroopers. But yeah, GW paints, they're expensive. Here, I'll be back in like 30 seconds. I'm gonna go get my dog to calm down. I don't know what she's yapping at, but this is brutal. I'll be right back. Alright. I have returned. I apologize. Dog's yapping. I gotta go get doggo to calm down. Anything else you recommend with Morden Earth for crackles? That is towards you on Twitch, Van. If you're still hanging around. Let's see if we can get this leg piece on really quick. Whoa, what in the world? So this goes like this and back. Okay, cool. So that's going to end up fitting on here like so-ish. See if we can foot angle how this is supposed to fit. Got it right there. I see. Okay, we can glue that on. Maybe. If my glue doesn't want to be stubborn. I don't think I should be out. No, there should be plenty here. Oh, got it. There we go. Bit much there. Hopefully that doesn't look too ugly. Beautiful. Got that on. Crackles, just about a thick layer for the fire effect. You just paint bright and orange, then add mordant over the top of it. A lot of people use it for basing, but I've seen people use it for lava bloodthirsters and lava weapons and stuff. I know that's not directed towards me, but I am also possibly going to use that later too. I remember seeing an amazing Raven Guard model on the Raven Guard Reddit that was airbrushed with lava and stuff. It looked so good. Yeah, let's see if I can kind of get the camera to stop being stubborn. Maybe I can go off what we've got here so far. That is Aethon so far. Maybe I'm sleep deprived too, but ground crackling over a blue plasma might look dope too. I feel like with the right models, it would look good. I feel like you could definitely make it looking good. hear cacaw outside my window every time you hold the model up. They're just trying to match the vibe. Praises to the new chapter master, you know? It's kind of funny. She's probably about as big as the Primarch. For Aethon? Aethon? Like, just lore-wise, probably. I don't know. I don't know anything about Aethon lore-wise. If that's what you were mentioning. Alrighty, well, we're gonna set this off to the side. We're down to like the last couple of pieces on the model itself, not including the terrain. I don't know her lore, but that miniature is Primarch size. I don't know. I've got Fulgrim sitting right around the corner here. This is I mean, maybe with the terrain, it gets a little bit better, but you know, with the terrain, I could actually see it, yeah, bumping up a good bit. I actually do think it might end up being kind of Primarch size after the terrain's added on there. That's really interesting. Quote the Raven Guard, I'm too old for this shit, yeah. The non-demon Primarchs. Yeah, that I could see checking out a bit more. I've actually never seen, I think I saw Roboot Gilliman in, like, a showcase at some point, but I don't think I've ever actually seen any of the, like, Horus Heresy Primarchs or anything. Like 30k Corvus Corax. Interesting. I'll have to look at that model. That sounds kind of cool. Ingron has entered the chat, yeah. They're surprisingly tiny. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I don't know. I haven't looked at any of the 30k models. I almost bought the Horus Heresy box yesterday. And I ended up not doing it in exchange for the Tomb World Kill Team box. But, yeah, I haven't looked at, like, any of the 30k models for Primarchs or anything. Non-demon, I agree, yeah. Yeah, it probably is about Primarch sized, if I'm remembering somewhat correctly. No guarantees. Get these last little clips on here. Just get the claw out. These claws have some weird sprue points that, like, make sense in theory, but man, they take a lot of shaving to get down. I'll just grab 13 as well, which I believe is right here. The sidearm. Yeah, I'd have to look up the 30k models. That actually, I didn't even think about Primarchs being in 30k, but it makes sense. I think you made the right choice to the kill team. 30k units look awesome, but I can't justify buying since I only play 40k. Yeah, well, okay, like, here's the thing for me is, I only play 40k, but I have an addiction to just buying everything tabletop war game for whatever reason. It is like like over half of my purchases are just like not worth it. I bought the Star Wars Legion box. I almost bought a second Star Wars Legion box yesterday. And I've played one match of Star Wars Legion ever. A lot of, and the same thing with AOS. I have the Scaventide box, and I have never played AOS ever. But I have everything built and good to go. I love to play AOS. My friends just don't play AOS, so I don't. But I loved the models. I loved the system from what I read from the rulebook, and I just bought it compulsively because, you know, fooling his money part easily. 30k is too expensive right now. Still lots of $100 plus resin. Good to know, actually. Honest to God, good to know. Yeah, I was kind of curious about that because I was looking at, I think it's one of the new edition starter sets possibly. It was like 300 bucks. It looked like it was a decent amount of sprue and stuff, so I think that was probably plastic, but I haven't looked into Horus Heresy at all. But the kill team, I felt pretty confident buying the kill team. I know I can get my friends to play kill team. A lot of them already own the models to play kill team, and sometimes it's just nice to have a second game going on the side of a main 40k match, because man, the 40k matches can take a while. You can also play Warcry using the AOS models. I've never heard of Warcry. I've only heard of Spearhead. That starter box you have is at least one of 3 teams for Skaven and for Stormcast. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. I'm not familiar with it. I'd love to play AOS. I think AOS would be awesome. Warcry is like Kill Team, but better. Yeah, that seems to be a trend with AOS. AOS, I feel like, rules-wise, always ends up being... It's like X from 40k, but better. You know, it's how I hear Combat Patrol versus Spearhead. Like Combat Patrol versus Spearhead compared as well. Dear Lord, I've had several 1,000-point matches last 4 hours. Yeah, so my friend group exclusively has played 1,000 points. I played one 2,000-point match, and it was on a tabletop sim game because none of us own 2,000 points. Because, well, we have one person that owns 2,000 points. I compulsively buy like 5 factions at the same time, so I am close to finishing my 2K. But yeah, the 1,000-point matches just, yeah, they can last a while. They drag. You get to pick what models from AOS you want to use in small games, like 5 to 10 models on each team. Spearhead is better than Combat Patrol. 40k, they only bother with the main game. And even then, I feel like 40k main game, like, it's fun. I have had fun with it. But compared to a lot of the tabletop war games that I have now played or read about or seen, 40k feels so out of date rules wise. Like, I feel like there's so much room for improvement to make 40k a much more successful tabletop, and I'm really curious to see what they do with 11th, because I feel like there's just so much room to make it feel better to play, make it more beginner friendly, while still keeping the complexities that it already has. Like, don't get me wrong, love 40k, but it is a bit messy. Yeah, I much prefer the Infinity game rules than 40k. I've not heard of Infinity game rules. I have heard of One Page. So I don't know if those are similar or not. I compulsively buy 2, just hyper-focused on the Marines. Yeah, I mean... I wasn't ever planning on building Space Marines, funny enough, so I wasn't ever looking at building Raven Guard. I ended up just building Raven Guard because my first faction I wanted to build was AdMech, and I didn't really understand the pricing points of 40k at the time, so I bought the AdMech Combat Patrol, and then I started getting into War Organ to build lists, and I realized that the AdMech Combat Patrol actually sucks. It's just terrible. And AdMech as a whole is ridiculously expensive to buy. Now, could I have still done it with the amount of money I've already spent? Absolutely. But at the time, I didn't realize I was going to be spending this much, so I backed off of AdMech, went to Space Marines, because I was like, alright, well, whatever. I like the Space Marines too. But I've bought now Emperor's Children Combat Patrol with Fulgrim. I bought the Kill Team stuff. I've bought AdMechs. I've bought what else? I've bought NIDS. Yeah, I go all over the place. Infinity is a different sci-fi war game, much better than One Page. Unfortunately, it got less popular because they had to switch to resin. Oh, that's unlucky. I'll have to look into that. I've never heard of it. I have an 8th edition rulebook. The rules have already improved. Complexity is good, but it's easy to go overboard. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if that's referring to 10th being better than 8th or vice versa. I won't lie, but yeah, I do agree that complexity is good. I think Warhammer 40K has a really healthy level of complexity. I feel like there's just a lot of quality of life that they can tune up to make the game more enjoyable for new players to come into. Most of the small companies can't afford to do plastic armies because they don't have a market of scale. Yeah, as I've understood it, that's how Trench Crusade is currently. That's kind of the bucket that Trench Crusade is in as well, which is why they've been doing the STL file cells instead. Um, it makes sense. It's just unlucky. Yeah, makes definitely makes sense. Yeah, it's such a double-edged sword because I do think the price of resin actively hurts sales as well. See if I can kind of trim up this claw here I've been holding. I'm waiting until I accidentally like break something on it. Just talking with my hands. Oh wow, I shaved a bit too much off there. That's fine. Still looks good. That'll be fine. Talking about 10th being better, I think 11th could do more flavor for sub factions like chapters, but otherwise, I enjoy it. Or I will enjoy it. Yeah. Um, yeah. My honest to God, I know it's not gonna happen, but honest to God, I think the biggest improvement that 40K could ever make in terms of making the game more quality of life friendly and more interactive and fun to play is switching to a unit turn-based system rather than a full turn-based. That was something I noticed playing Star Wars Legion. I like the unit turn-based so much more. It feels like I'm not sitting down for 40 minutes waiting for someone to complete their move, and like maybe I make a couple of saving rolls in there, but like I get the process of like wanting to have full army movements and stuff. I get why they do it. It's just like it feels so bad to play, especially from a casual standpoint. Um, so I feel like that's the biggest quality of life change that 40K could honestly make is just finding some way to make the turn system a little more interactive. But like I like the complexity of 40K. I feel like in general it can do so much more if it fixes some quality of life. I feel like quality of life will naturally make the game more beginner friendly while keeping the complexity it already has. But I don't know, it takes so many changes. I don't think it would ever happen in 11th. I'm really curious to see how 11th will be. Yeah, Infinity and other games have a lot more reacting and moving and shooting back when enemies run into your vision and start attacking. Yeah, and I like that a lot more too because I feel like you still have the large scaleness of the massive battles with 40K, right? But I feel like having a lot more reactionary moves and having a lot more ways to make the battlefield feel more alive. I think that is the best way to round up my complaints is like the battlefield of 40K when you're playing, it just feels dead compared to other games that I've played or seen. Whereas other games, everything is always moving constantly all the time. Where and when I play 40K, it's a lot of models that end up getting in charge range and now they're stuck there. It's a lot of models that are doing shoot and scoot, so they're moving back and forth on the same position over and over. Maybe you get like an outrider squad that pushes really far forward, right? But it feels just like kind of a dead battlefield. And I feel like a big contributing factor to that is the way they do their turns. Honestly, I think you could go unit based, like you said, but maybe remove the ballistic or weapon skill rolls from weapon attacks. That would speed things up significantly. It would speed things up, but it would require them to really mess with the numbers on how you do your wound and save rolls in order to make up for the ballistic roll, because the ballistic roll it's shaving a percentage of hits off. But I don't know. At the same time, like, maybe it could work just for the sake of making games go faster. I think it would just make the game more about actually just tabling the other player than the objectives. So it's really hard to say what they need to change for it, right? Because like I like 40k in the sense of you are still focusing on primary and secondaries a lot more than just tabling the other person. There's very few armies that are focused on tabling, but I feel like removing the ballistic or like the ballistic or hit rolls basically, I feel like that could be dangerous. I feel like it makes the game a lot more faster, yes, but a lot more about getting tabled. Really quick here, I'm going to get this claw on. We're super close to finishing this model up here. And luckily these claws, they fit really nicely. So I'm not super worried about them. I love it when models have lineups. At least for characters. It makes life so much easier. And then I see the hilt point for that as well. So this will be at least the like character model finished. I'm still gonna have to do a lot of the terrain that she comes with. Got to do that still, but we'll let that dry for now. That model is looking beautiful. I love that. Fair point. Maybe I'm just salty from bad rolls. Yeah, fair enough. Would also break torrent weapons. Yeah. Yeah, because everything is torrent at that point. So it's hard to figure out. And then you have to also think about how that's going to affect things like Fire Overwatch, because like there's a lot of units and armies that are built around Fire Overwatch. I feel like Salamanders themselves are actually really good at Fire Overwatch. But yeah, then you're risking stuff like that getting weird. So it's really hard to say. Waiting to dry is the hardest step. I know. I want to keep rushing through it, but I also like a lot of the parts on this model did not have clean fits. So I've kind of just been letting it chill for a little bit, because I feel like if I start trying to move stuff on it to get it on posts or whatever, I could maybe accidentally shift something out of place, and then the model's all out of whack. I don't want that. But with the model the way it is right now, I can probably move her to the side. See what I can do in the meantime with getting this terrain built up. Yeah, I take it back. I just argued against my army's focus. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, because Fire Overwatch, like, you gotta love Flamers with Fire Overwatch. It's just busted. It is so good. I played against Tau for the first time. My first time ever playing against Tau, and Tau has some units that are also very nutty at Fire Overwatch. It is actually horrifying to play against. And I feel like that's the only thing a lot of Flamers have going for them, is that Fire Overwatch. Unless you're playing against, like, Nids or Militarum. But man, I feel like Flamers are pretty weak outside of Overwatch. New Vulcan and 10 Infernus Marines melted 10 Black Templar Crusaders in one Overwatch. Shit is terrifying. Yeah, it is. Overwatch is what Flamers do. They cook on Overwatch. It is not fun. I had a game, that Tau game that I was saying. I ended up moving Kayvon and a group of 10 intercessors across the board without realizing that Tau had flamers at all. Which I probably should have realized, but I didn't at the time. And he overwatched them, and that was that unit basically gone. Off of just the one fire overwatch. We also have our Necrons player who has the Gloctopus as we call it. I honest to God don't know the actual model name because I've only ever called it Gloctopus. But he will deep strike the Gloctopus and he will overwatch you on every single move. And if you dare move in front of Gloctopus, you're just dead. Like it's over. So yeah, fire overwatch is scary. Trying to shave some of this down a little bit, get this set up and ready to go. Octopus. Yeah, it's a name. It's a god tier name. S tier. It is beautiful. I really should have gone to bed like a while ago, but honestly, I am just like I'm too in the thick of it now. I've got like monster number 2. I'm finishing up monster number 1. I gotta restart my sleep schedule. I got stuff to do in the mornings more now. The weather's better in the mornings, so gotta get my stuff figured out. And what better way to reset my sleep schedule than to stay up and build Warhammer? Hexmark Destroyer is the model name for the Galactopus. Yes, that is right. Also, good morning, Hollow. How are you doing? I thought you went to sleep like 3 hours ago. That fits beautifully. Absolutely beautifully. Yeah, name fits, yeah. Yeah, it's the Galactopus. It's what we call it. Funny names for models are the best way to play the game. We don't listen to GW names in this house. I wake up and you are back to streaming. Yeah, I know. Well, I wanted to build Warhammer, and I was like, kind of thinking about it. I was like, I wonder if I can somehow get my C922 camera to stream Warhammer. So it was interesting. Gotta go make breakfast for the family. Enjoyed the stream, subbed, and I'll for sure drop in again sometime. I appreciate you so much, Nick. It was so much fun talking to you, man. Yeah, absolutely. Have a good morning with your family for sure. Appreciate you tuning in. It was an actual blast. So very much appreciate you. I'm pretty happy so far with the camera for you know, being a cheap $20 webcam, honestly didn't do terrible streaming model building of all things. You think this guy streams consistently, you fool. Yeah, I don't stream. I'm gonna try, I promise, but I definitely don't. Same bro, have fun building. Yeah, I appreciate you so much. I absolutely will. We'll get this model finished. I'll be sure to show it to you next time you drop in. Appreciate you so much. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to get back onto streaming a little bit more consistently. I've been itching for it so much recently. How in the world does this go on? So wait a second. I missed a step. That's why it's not going on. Wowee. It is crazy what reading does. Sometimes you just gotta take your time and not be stupid, I guess. Yeah, this has been a fun stream so far. I've had a blast just building on stream. I think I'm good. Probably gonna start doing this whenever I start doing anything Warhammer, honestly. It just makes it so much more fun, so much more interactive. Building Warhammer with the boys. Try to shave this down a little bit, make sure we're all set. I don't think I can count how many times I've said those exact words this stream over and over again. We're gonna shave it down. I just gotta narrate. I gotta talk to myself. See what we got going here. Well, that's a bad spot to get a little bit of spruce stuck. That is. Alright, we made it work. This is looking pretty good so far. Looking pretty good. Beautiful. All right, let's get this little snippet put together here. So this is going on right there. Or does it actually slide onto the thing? No, it doesn't look like it. Where am I screwing this up right now? I think that's it right there. That fit very clean. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Yeah, wow, this terrain piece is just kind of massive. I'm incredibly curious to see how tall this model ends up being at the end of it all. This is going to be a wicked model. I'm so excited. I was so ready to build Aethon. Awesome. We'll let that chill. We'll let that dry for a minute. we'll let it chill for a minute here. I probably could put the head on too. I think I'd probably safe to put the head on. I think I've 100% settled on the helmet. Which model do I like more, Aethon Shrike or Aethon Shaan, now that you have both? That's kind of hard to say. God, I think I like Aethon just because Aethon is a little more Raven Guard. I do like Kayvon because I think Kayvon's Black Talons are a little bit cooler in my opinion. But Aethon is just more Raven Guard. It feels like the Raven Guard chapter master looking at Aethon. Okay, whoa. Where am I getting this head in place here? Beautiful. Alright, we'll let that head dry there. Yeah, as much as I like Kayvon was my goat. Was a incredibly big fan of Aethon Shrike as a chapter master, as a model. But you know, they did an amazing job at making Aethon look like the Raven Guard chapter master. Oh, I left the base plate in here. Okay. While I'm letting this dry, I'm going to go use the bathroom really quick. I will be right back. I will return. And we'll get this base plated and finished up. And that'll be our model. So I will be right back. Okay. I have returned. Outside of models as like characters within lore, who wins out there for you? Between Aethon and Kayvon? I feel like we just don't have enough lore on Aethon to put Aethon, like, for me to... If we do, I just haven't read it. I'd still have to go with Kayvon lore-wise. I'll probably end up going with Aethon after it gets fleshed out a little bit. And 21. Where are these? Well, I know I'm gonna need 23, so we're just gonna clip this out really quick. In general, I will say I just don't know a lot about Ravengard lore in general. Shockingly, I think the most lore that I know is centered around the Admex, Belisarius Call, and a bit more around the Horus Heresy. I know a decent bit about Krons. I don't really know much about the Ravengard lore or that much about 40k, so I thought I'd ask. Yeah, that's fair. No, I wish I had a better answer. But unfortunately, I just don't, as I just don't know much about Ravenguards myself, really. So it's hard to give a direct answer. So I'm clearly overlooking a piece somewhere here. But where? I found it. We're fine. We are fine. Cool. We'll work with these 4 pieces for now. We'll shave these down, get these cleaned up, and glued together. This jump pack is looking an awful lot like Fulgrim's back piece. And that scares me because Fulgrim's back piece was such a pain to put on that I melted the entire connecting piece with plastic glue and then proceeded to need to super glue it on because I melted so much plastic trying to put it on. So we might end up whipping out the super glue for this one. Just make sure that we got it covered. But we're getting things flattened out nicely. Making sure we're all set. Get these next 2 pieces, and then we will put together this backpack. Pretty sure it's a jump pack. That would make the most sense. So we'll put this jump pack on Aethon, and then get him on the terrain. Actually, we'll get the terrain on the base plate first, and then we'll put him on afterwards. So we got that all done. I'm looking at this. Alrighty. Let's get this put together. So we're gonna need these two pieces. Looks like they go together kind of like this, which would make sense. Oh, yep, that totally makes sense. So we'll get those put together really quick. Got that all plastic glued. We will slide this on. Easy. We'll set that down for now. We'll get these, oh, it actually looks like this will automatically connect to this piece here. And it'll do so like this. Absolutely. We're just gonna keep it rolling. We're just gonna keep the ball rolling on this piece. Drying is for the weak. So we can take this. And this will settle on like that. Press it down a little bit. Beautiful. We'll keep the ball rolling. We're gonna get this piece on now too. Getting this whole thing put together in one shot. This is a cool jump pack, I will say. Super, super cool jump pack. Well, here, let me turn up the focus. And this right here is our jump pack. A super, super cool jump pack piece. Need to get the 22 in here though, so let's do that really quick. Which we've got the piece right here. We will clip this out, shave it down. Go boom. We'll go over here. Go boom. Get this shaved down just a touch. Okay, I kind of clipped this one terribly, actually. This is going to take just a little bit of effort to get right. There we go. Pretty sure I want these as flush as possible because it's going to go inside that jump pack pit, I guess. This is the actual jet jump. So we will get that on. Oh yeah, how are you liking the music here? I made sure to pick some music that would be amazing, and it should be very familiar. Beautiful. We'll bring the focus back up here. That is the bottom end of the jump pack there. That is our whole jump pack right there. Super, super cool. We will get that attached. But what we're going to do is we're going to actually attach it in a bit. What we're first going to do, let's get our terrain piece put on so that it is dry-ish by the time we want to put Kayvon on. So I'm going to do a little bit of plastic, but I think we're going to pair this with a little bit of super glue as well, which is probably not a wonderful idea, but I think this could pay off because These pieces do not totally like staying on the base plate. I've found. We will set that down. We will let that settle. I think that is just about dead on where I wanted it to be. Might be a little off center, but not the worst. So I will take it. We need to clip out these two pieces here. Okay, wait. This one was just put on two different sprues. Okay. Clip this out real quick. Boom, and it's gonna be a funky one, but we got it. Beautiful. Make sure we shave it down, make sure it's all good. Music is chill, and I know this background music by heart. I know, dude, it's fire. I found a playlist that I was just like, yeah, this is gonna be the stream playlist now, because Final Fantasy Lo-Fi kind of goes hard. Oh my lord, I gotta hold this piece so weird to get the thing shaved. Okay. We're just gonna risk my fingers here. Alright, we got it. We're good. We're good. Fingers safe. We're chilling. So these two pieces connect together. I know they connect together, but how? Like, actually, what in the world? Is this just supposed to be at a little bit more of a tilt than I was expecting? It doesn't really look like it. What am I missing here? What am I missing here? Oh, yo, thank you for the
just
sub.
resubbed for 10 months. Heck,
Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I wish I had my my widgets working properly, but unfortunately we don't. Oh, incredibly interesting. Maybe not. Bro, what in the world? I am so lost right now. Got it. Okay. Got it. We can do that. Get a little bit of glue on there, and we'll go right back to that same position. Cool. Okay. So looking at this piece that we just built right here has a connecting point down here. Looks like. Maybe. Yes. Okay, we can do that. Sometimes it's just a matter of finding the weird little spots that things gotta fit, you know? Okay, shit. Okay. We got that on there. And then it wants us to also do Aethon on there. So let's kind of figure out how this dude goes on. Like that. Goes on like that. We can do that. This is just going to be a patience game for sure. If the first round of plastic glue doesn't work, then we will upgrade to super glue. But fortunately, oddly enough, it holds on pretty well. That's what I like to see right there. I love it when models just work. There's no better feeling than when models just work. Okay, I need to make the model keep working though. Beautiful. Okay, wait, actually, not beautiful. I might have done the jump pack a little too preemptively. I probably should have waited and just let it dry. Give this one more shot, and then we'll just super glue it on if it doesn't work again. Do a little bit of extra glue just for security on it. Make sure that really sticks the way I want it to. We're gonna just let it dry. I want it to angle to face me a little bit here. Just so I can keep an eye on everything. Make sure it's not separating at all. Beautiful. We're gonna let it just sit and dry for like just a couple of minutes here. Just make sure that that holds the way I want it to hold. In the meantime, I'm gonna get a little bit of this excess glue that's been building up off of my thing because it keeps jamming up. Due to it, it's kind of obnoxious when it starts happening. Kind of a pain. We can also just take a second, do a little bit of cleanup from all these plastic shavings. How is this all holding still? Beautiful. We'll just let it chill for a minute. We'll just let it chill for a minute, you know? Nothing wrong with chilling out, letting it do its thing. Will not complain about it at all. We're supposed to get rain later today. I'd love some rain. It's a chance. It's gonna start getting chilly. I think we got the snow. I bet you we get snow next month. I think we're gonna get our first snow next month. I think that is going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to it. I am looking forward to it. So kind of doing some like experimentation on TikTok, kind of seeing how TikTok side of the stream is going. I like streaming on TikTok because you get a lot of like inbound people, but at the same time, the chance of people like actually staying around in TikTok stream is a bit rough, really. So it can be kind of sad. But, you know, that's fine. I won't complain at all. YouTube and Twitch, they're doing really good. I got curious and looked something up, and orcs are literally just mushrooms. Not sure how I feel about that. Yeah, yeah, orcs in 40k lore are in fact plants. They are a fungus. Which is pretty cool. Pretty snazzy. Viewer attention is atrocious on it. Yeah. I feel like 90% of the time, whenever I'm on TikTok and I join a stream on TikTok, it was never intentional. It was me accidentally pressing a little too hard when trying to swipe, and it just loads you into the stream. And then you're kind of just left like a in a little bit of a WTF moment. So I don't fault people for it. You know, TikTok's not built for live streams. I don't really know why we have TikTok live, but I'll stream on TikTok while it is a thing. I just don't get why it is a thing. Okay, we're gonna cut out the only leftover parts we have are the 2 heads, so good space usage. Maybe I'll use these heads at some point. I don't really know because they are unique to Aethon, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe we do. That is 2 empty sprues right there. And then we will look at putting this together real quick. Actually, let's shave first. Get these extra clippings, a little leftover plastic off here. Beautiful. I'm not gonna worry about trimming down the heads. I might use them at some point. I might not. Who knows? They are far from my priority, though, so we'll leave them be, and we will get this thing glued on. Not gonna lie, looking at that, I feel like I shaved it just a touch better, but I'm starting to hit the point of tired where like my brain just does not care that much. So it is what it is. And then this is supposed to slide on. Looks like what, here and here? That doesn't look right. Ah. Okay, I see where it wants it to connect. It's a little funky, but I see the vision. What's up, dog? Cool, we will get this on. I'm going to let that dry. Make sure that's on nicely. Yes, hi, pupper. No, okay. We're gonna do our best to make sure it's on nicely. We're leaving it. It's gonna dry. It's gonna dry. If you fall asleep now, the sleep schedule will never recover from this loss. I know. I absolutely cannot go to sleep. It is priority number 1. Alrighty, while we let that dry, I am going to be right back. Give me about 30 seconds. I'll be right back. And we will come back and I will go show you guys this full model once I can pick it up. So yeah, be right back. Come on, Pupper. Alrighty. How's everything on here? Is it okay? That little piece is still a little wet, but not the worst. Let's get our focus set for this. This right here. Here, I'm gonna back the focus up a little bit actually because this is a lot to show on a model. This is a hefty model. But my lord, is he a gorgeous one? Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful model. I am a very big choice or fan of the helmet choice. I'm glad I did the helmet and not the face. So, you know, shout out Nick. Shout out, I think it was Val was his name. Yeah, or Van Ziggs. Shout out you two for convincing me on the helmet there. That is a beautiful model. I am here for that. Absolutely super cool. Here, I'll get a little bit closer up here. Can show off some of the little finer details. Gorgeous, gorgeous model. Beautiful. Super, super excited to have that done. The heads we're going to put in our bag of Space Marine heads. Because no reason to throw away good parts. Maybe I want to use them at some point. Who knows? Who knows? That is Aethon Shaan. Complete. Complete. Boom, boom. We got it done. We got it done. Very cool model. Very, very cool. Still getting used as well to working with the camera on reverse, but beautiful. It's kind of funny that it's inverse from the image there, but that is our model. That was, what, done in 3 hours? That wasn't too bad. Pretty pain-free. So, I'm a big fan of that. 10 out of 10. What a cool model. I can see myself crying in the future trying to paint this thing. Absolutely gorgeous. It is so cool. It is such a good model. Actually so sick. Here, just for size comparison as well, this right here is the Primarch Fulgrim. That is honestly a decent sized model in comparison. That's still about half the size of Fulgrim. Here, what about Kayvon, actually? I'd be incredibly curious to compare these two. So yeah, if you're curious, I'll let you decide as well, Hollow, if you are interested in making an opinion. This is Kayvon and Aethon back to back. And Aethon, I think, just has so much more going for him. Like, Kayvon's a cool model, Aethon has so much more going for him in this model. It is amazing. Yeah, Aethon, he really is cooler. I love this model. This model is sick. And like even on the back end of the models too, like Aethon just like, dude, there's so much more going for him here. So much more. I am such a fan. Incredibly, incredibly good fan. Super, super happy. That's our Raven Guard chapter masters right there. How big are the models compared to a normal Space Marine? Here, I got a normal Space Marine here as well. I can show you. So this right here is Aethon, right? This right here is a normal Space Marine. So you're looking almost double the size on that model. You can see it from top down too. Even base plate wise, it's about double the size on base plate. Like, Aethon is he's a chunky model. Very, very chunky. Yeah, it is a chunky model. Little Space Marines, little dudes. To be fair though, as well, like I feel like a lot of people that like haven't really seen Warhammer in person, like Space Marine models are pretty small. It is what, half the size, not even less than half the size of my finger. You know, so it is a very, very small model. So there is still that as well. It's just, yeah, a lot of the models, they get itty bitty. Hey, you want to see an even smaller one? This is a Skitarii from my Admex, and he gets even smaller. The Skitarii are little dudes. Admex are actually a pain in the ass to build, paint, do anything with, but God, they are so cool. I love them. Not much cooler than Admex. It is a very sick faction. Absolutely mogged on. Yeah, exactly. Oh, what in the hell happened? What is that? What an odd little spot. Gotta clean my mouse pad. This is such a tight space to work. Like, I get to fit both of my hands in frame barely. Incredibly tight space to work in. But I'm glad I did get it to work. It is absolutely awesome that I actually got my camera to somehow manage to do this. The box takes up a bunch of room. It does, but like I was curious if it was better for me to keep the box like in frame just for viewership purposes, you know? Because Aethon came out like what, a week ago when he was released. So I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna keep the box just in frame, honestly, and then it just thumbnails that for YouTube and Twitch and stuff. So that's why I wanted to keep it in frame. I won't be keeping the boxes in frame for the other ones I do because they're way bigger boxes, way bigger. Yeah, at least character-wise, I liked having... I think the box in frame is good. Um, but like those other boxes, like I don't know if you saw in the 40K chat in Discord, but those other boxes are just way bigger. So I don't know what I'm gonna do for for those ones. Probably just put it in the title. Just do like a dedicated stream, basically. Probably the best way to go about it. Readjust my focus back. Yeah, just a picture of it on the overlay. Yeah, I genuinely might do that. Here, could I even fit that other box on here? I'm curious how much of that other box would fit. So here, let's move Kayvon and Aethon over to the side. I didn't realize Aethon is a bigger base plate. Makes sense, but and if I go and grab, say, the box for the Emperor's Children Combat Patrol and try to fit this in frame, that shit ain't happening. It just ain't happening. It is just way too big of a box to fit in here. And this is only half the size. Actually, probably about a quarter the size of that Kill Team box I have to do. That Kill Team box is massive. No, it's workable trust. I don't know if I do trust, honestly. I don't know if I do. Just gonna chill out with Aethon all built up. Incredibly happy to get that one done. Incredibly happy to the lot of y'all that watched too, honestly. There's a way bigger turnout on this stream than any of my other streams I've had in a while. So it was super fun to talk with a lot of y'all and have a lot of y'all join me for building that. It was a fun time. I'll probably end up being live for most of the day just to keep myself awake, keep myself talking. Probably lose my voice tomorrow. It'll be a good time. At one point, you had to combine like 9 to 10 viewers. Yeah, it was really good, and you know, huge thanks to Nick and Van for actually like chatting too. First random chatters I've had in a long time. Like this was net positive. Just a good day. And a bunch of people stopping in and out, yeah. Super happy with everything today. Was a super fun stream. Keeping me awake too. I'll never complain about keeping me awake. Yeah, very net positive, fun stream. Super happy. I just looked at the Kill Team Tomb World terrain. It's pretty neat. Yeah, the Tomb World Kill Team is honestly just a cool box. I'm just a fan of the box in general. Really looking forward to the Deathwatch Space Marines. I will probably interchange a lot of their heads for helmets. Just because I'm just not that big a fan of Space Marine faces. Like, I'm just not. Super big fan of getting a couple of Krons. Yeah, a lot of the Necron terrain and stuff is all really cool. So I think that'll just be a fun one. Maybe I'll look at getting a Deathwatch army at some point. That could be a good time. I really like Deathwatch aesthetic quite a lot. The Deathwatch just look cool. I'm curious. Here, I'm gonna pull up Oregon really quick. I'm just curious how let's see here. Deathwatch. What does this army rule do? Your army can include Adept Astartes Deathwatch units, but it cannot include Astartes units drawn from another chapter, with the exception of Kill Team Cassius. Your army cannot include any agents of the Imperium Deathwatch units. Okay, so that all makes sense. Standard Oath of Moment, except you don't get the addition to wound roll. Army roll kill teams. Each time an attack targets a kill team unit from your army that contains models with different toughness characteristics. Until the attacking unit has finished making its attacks, use the toughness characteristic of the majority of the models in that unit when determining what result is required to for that attack to successfully wound. If two or more toughness characteristics are tied for majority, use the highest. For purposes of determining which models can embark within a transport model, kill team models follow normal restrictions. Interesting. So kind of like a beefier. I'm kind of curious to know how that would how you would list build around that, you know? That is really interesting. Really, really interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'll look at what other people were building. Deathwatch could be just a cool thing to look into. Who knows if it's good or not, I guess. What do you think? Should I do those other two boxes on stream? I think I'll probably end up doing those other two boxes on stream. Probably do will I do Emperor's Children or Kill Team next? That's hard to say. I think I'd probably do Emperor's Children next. I'll save Kill Team for last, probably. I think that would be a vibe. Okay, well, yeah, Emperor's Children first, but I'll do an Emperor's Children build stream. Probably be 2 streams, actually. We'll see how fast we build Emperor's Children. I know it'll be shorter than building this dude, so probably do like a 6-hour, something like that. Alrighty, well, what I am going to do, I'm going to leave this stream here as is. If people want to come drop by, I'll set Aethon down, I think. It's kind of hard to get an angle where I like. There we go. We'll do that. Yeah, I'm gonna put a quick note up on stream. I am going to dip for just a minute. I am going to take Doggo for a walk. And then I will come back. And I don't know. Are you able to play games, Hollow? Or what are you doing? What are you up to? Chilling down to clown? Bet. Yeah, maybe we can look at playing like fucking Final Fantasy or something. I don't know. We'll mess around and find out. There we go. That'll work just fine. Cool. I will be right back. I'm gonna go walk my dog. I will be back. I've returned. I am back. Hello. I have returned. Let me turn off the text there.
Cannot hold it in anymore. I just wanna, you know.
Oh man. Well, if anybody has recently joined, was curious, we just got done building Aethon Shaan, which is the new Raven Guard chapter master for 40k. So all built up, ready to play. It just needs to be painted. But I gotta paint like 90% of my models anyway, so you know, nothing new there. We brought out Aethon as well, just for a little comparison. I'm sorry, I love Aethon, but Aethon is just way, way better of a chapter master. Way cooler. The model is awesome. So, but I will be running them both in my new list. I do have plans to run both of them, so it'll be a good time. But we will probably chill on the Warhammer for the day. We will do some more Warhammer next stream, probably, where we build the Emperor's Children Combat Patrol. And now that I know that I can do this, that this is a setup I can do, we might be doing just a lot more Warhammer in general. So next up is Emperor's Children Combat Patrol, then probably Kill Team Tomb World, the Tomb World box, and then I have a set of Hellblasters and a set of Heavy Intercessors that I've got to build. We are going to be getting in Apothecary Biologist and a Lieutenant with Combi Weapon. We're going to have to build both of them. We've got a lot of building to do. And once I am content with building, I will probably start painting on stream as well, just for the funsies. But this will be it for 40k for today. Not gonna be doing any more building. We won't start on painting. I am looking forward to painting. I do think I'll start doing painting on stream just because it's fun, and I can probably get some tips from people on how to get my models looking better, which I would be super excited for. These are the current models that I've got painted, how they're going. This is my Raven Guard Intercessor. And we've been messing with a lot of different techniques and paint schemes. So we're going to keep messing around with them over time until we can eventually start painting our chapter masters, which I am greatly looking forward to. I think it will be a absolute blast once we can start painting the chapter masters. But yeah, that is Aethon Shaan, new Raven Guard chapter master. Here, I'll do one last up close for y'all, just so you can kind of see it a little bit better. Oh, I closed out of my thing. Give me one moment. So, yep, here I gotta nuke the focus in order to bring him into focus. Aethon Shaan, our new Raven Guard chapter master, right there. Very, very cool model. We got the Raven Servitor turrets on the bases. I didn't really show those off too much. Super, super cool though. And this model is an absolute chonker. He is massive. Has one of the coolest jump packs I have ever seen. Super, super snazzy looking model. Could not be happier with it. Greatly, greatly looking forward to playing with them. I think it will be so much fun. But yes, thank you for the people that did join for 40k. We will be pivoting over to gaming for the day, most likely. If I ever get super bored and super tired, I still have not slept yet. If we ever get super bored, super tired, maybe we'll bounce back to 40k and maybe get started on Emperor's Children, or maybe do the heavy intercessors or something. We'll figure it out. But off to gaming. I'm going to reposition video camera for gaming. We're gonna decide on what we want to play. Probably not anything competitive. I tilt easily already, and pair that with almost being awake for 24 hours, and that sounds like a recipe for disaster. Sounds like it's not going to go well at all. But we will 1000% be doing more Warhammer streams. That was super big blast. Let's see if that camera works. Let's reposition this just a little bit here. Beautiful. And then we'll move me back up into my corner again. Yeah, huge thanks for the people that joined and talked and hung out for that build. So it took a little bit longer than I was expecting, but I'm not upset about it. It was a great time. Oh, I'm sorry, dog. Did I boot you out of your spot? I apologize. Sorry, I know you're getting some wicked close-ups while I move my models and boxes back. Beautiful. And we're set. We're chilling for some gamer time for the day. Just making sure that I've got my chats all set up and everything. And then, what do we want to play? That's the real question here. I could definitely go try to finish up Shadowbringers. I think Shadowbringers could be a super wonderful time. Super wonderful time. So yeah, I might do that. Might do some Darktide. Might do some Arena Breakout, but we'll see. Arena Breakout is a little sketch while I'm this tired. That sounds like a possible misplay, but it's a pretty fun game still. No, I'll hop on Final Fantasy for now. We'll do some Final Fantasy. I think Final Fantasy has potential for a good time. Something nice and chill. Kind of just hang out for the day. I think that'll be a wonderful choice. We'll cut the lo-fi music for now. Final Fantasy has great MSQ. We do not, or fucking soundtrack. No real reason for us to bang out to the lo-fi version. We can just get the actual version. Yeah, if you ever want to play anything Hollow, feel free to let me know. I'm down to clown on games. I'm kind of just keeping stream going because it keeps me talking and it keeps me from falling asleep. Probably end up falling asleep around like 3 p.m. I think. I think that'll be late enough. Making sure I got everything set up. Sorry. Give me just one moment. Give me just one moment. Beautiful. We're all set. Alrighty. Over to Magnus we go. Is Final Fantasy the play while I'm this tired? I got some thinking to do. I don't know if it is. That's a lot of reading. Maybe I end up just tilting on Arena or something. Maybe that's the better play. You can't miss out on peak storytelling. Well, you can miss out on peak storytelling when you space out while reading. That's a great way to miss out on it. It's fine. I think this has been the slowest part of Shadowbringers so far.
Enchantment are complete.
Hasn't been my favorite.
The heart hath been suffused with a sufficient quantity of
DLC
ether.
is still great though.
The golem should be restored to life.
All right then. Whenever you're ready.
Realistically, I just gotta make it like 4 more hours awake. Like 4 more hours and I'll be golden. Probably go to sleep and wake up around like 8 PM when my dad gets home and yeah. Or just take a nap until then. We'll figure it out.
It's working. It's working. Magnus.
For this? This wretched heap of stone and rubble? This worthless pile of earth? And yet, I can't.
It's tragic.
What troubleth thee, child?
I shouldn't be here. I don't deserve to be. I don't deserve any of the things you've done for me. I'm just a burden, helpless and hopeless. If tomorrow came and I was gone, it would be better for everyone. Thancred most of all. He'll never admit it, but I can see it in his eyes. I wish he'd just say it. Just say that he hates me, that he wishes I was dead so that she could return.
None of this is thy doing, child. 'Twas I who set the oracle on her path unto the first. I who condemned you all to suffer these torments. 'Tis my sin alone, and one that will haunt me unto my dying day. Yet I dare not dwell over long on my many regrets, for the world is a tapestry of fates, interwoven and inseparable. And we who strive to better it cannot choose but make difficult decisions. For naught of worth was ever achieved without sacrifice. And thus must man ever struggle to weigh life against loss. The one for whom thou mournest beareth no grudge. Were she here, she would not suffer thee to languish in sorrow. She would tell thee to seek thine own path, thine own purpose. It is a truth which I myself was slow to learn. Yet a truth it remaineth. Thou needst but have faith, and all will be well.
Not today.
It was a good cutscene. Sorry, I know the audio cut. My bad.
To what do I owe the pleasure that is your extended stay?
Oh, to the tediousness of our hero's present endeavors. That and the insufferable abundance of light in Armorang. I should be glad to keep my distance.
Oh, I'm rather fond of sleep, you know. It's a wonderful way to pass the time.
Fucking same, dude. Fucking same.
Not that my compeers would agree, mind you. Always on the move, the lot of them. Like La Hebrea, constantly jumping from vessel to vessel. Such fire, such determination. So much passion, fleeting and forgotten. Come to think of it, Exarch, I don't believe I've ever seen you retire to your chambers for so much as 40 winks. However do you keep your eyes from closing? The cold shoulder. You wound me, sir.
I love Emmett Selk. So fucking good.
Always so guarded in our every interaction. Interactions you curiously refrain from sharing with the Scions and their champion.
No, he is
And
base.
risk souring your budding relationship? I think not. Much as I dislike you, there are more useful targets for her energies. And I am not in the habit of pointing her at my enemies like a weapon.
That's a beautiful emote.
Is that right? Fond of her, are you? You continue to fascinate me, Exarch. But tell me, who are you? The once great nation whose ingenuity gave birth to this tower was shaped by my hand. As such, I know full well the wonders it can facilitate and those it cannot. There is nothing in these walls which could have aided you in summoning our dear friend across time and space. Much less in possession of her mortal flesh, not even I could have performed such a feat.
I see. You had a hand in Alag as well. You would know what I am? I am the adjudicator of the sacred history with which you dared trifle. I am keeper of this tower's boundless wisdom. The wisdom of ages without age, of everywhere and nowhere. The great work of those who tamed the wings of time and grasped the nature of the rift. 'Tis a boon born of sacrifices yet unmade. The parting gift of brave heroes who will one day give their lives for a brighter future. I will not see their hopes and dreams squandered. The history which led us here will be unwritten. I promise you that.
And he's taking shots.
Well, it seems we're both eager to fulfill our duties then.
On that much, we are in agreement.
Taking shots at Emmett. Do you know who the Exarch is yet? I know it hasn't revealed it directly yet. I was just wondering if you were paying attention. I was really trying to fucking figure it out earlier. I was really trying to figure it out. I could not figure it out. Like, let me think. I've got to try to think back. It's much harder if you don't remember older MSQ. So is it like an ARR? Is it an ARR thing or is it a Heavensward thing? I'm assuming it's ARR. It's someone from ARR. Which I was kind of figuring anyway. If it's someone from Stormblood, I straight up would not be able to tell you. I do not remember shit from Stormblood. What if it's just Manderville? What if it's one of the Mandervilles? I think that'd be a pretty good way to set up the Exarch. feel it reveals it soon. You'll probably know it immediately once you see it. Well, fuck. Now I want to know it. Now I really want to know it. Who would the Crystal Exarch be? Fuck, dude. I don't remember. It'd be even funnier if it was the old dude trader that keeps appearing at the beginning of every DLC. And for some reason got eaten by a fucking Sin Eater at the start of this one. It's just him but younger. He just keeps rebirthing. That'd be pretty good. God damn it. I really want to know who the Exarch is now. I'm really trying to think as far back as I can go. So I always figured the Exarch was an old character in a way, like reborn, I guess. Okay, whatever. Surely there's a way for me to get up over here. Yeah, we're fine. Just doing stupid stuff. Okay, I'm at least going to play this until I figure out who the Exarch is now. I'm fighting through the deprivation, through the sleep deprivation to figure this out. Someone else here. What a goat. My boy. Oh, I get to do, gotta do a duty. Alrighty. Yep, gotta love instances. Who knows, maybe this one's fun. Or maybe it's just a wail on 5 different waves of mobs until you win.
Urianger?
Thou must needs carry on without me.
Aw, bro, I don't want to leave.
The path to Nabartha lieth open. Whilst thou travellest thither to the south, I would apprise Mistress Elise and the others of our progress.
You don't need to, though, because the Crystal Exarch is...
As circumstances permit, I will thereafter rejoin the hunt for the remaining Light Wardens.
But the Light Warden is just, like, all-seeing eye. He's got it covered.
Magnus, will the gate close immediately after the trolley passes through?
No, it will stay open until someone closes it manually. built that way to prevent any untimely accidents.
Then you and the others can meet us in Nabath Areng, after giving the Ilmorans the slip.
Urianger. Thank you for everything.
Yeah, Urianger's a goat.
Remember, thou needst but have faith.
I think Urianger is probably my favorite Scion. I'm not gonna lie.
With your goodbyes, I suggest you grab hold of something. Be a shame if you took a tumble.
Urianger is just such a fucking cool character. Did we ever learn why Urianger talks the way he does?
Best of shape, so the trolley can only go as far as Malik. Godspeed.
So that'd be really interesting to figure out. 'Cause he's the only character we've met in the entire game that talks like he's like uber intelligent. But not really, it's just kind of like extensions of words. What in the world, man? Got some stuff up on my desk. Seems like an incredibly inefficient trolley system for the technology they have.
That must be the gate.
Oop. Oh, okay. That was supposed to happen.
Well, so far so good. Wait, is that Ranjit?
Bro was posted. Oh shit. God damn. All that work for the trolley. Gone from Ranjit's Sparta kick.
You're a stubborn old swine, aren't you?
One who has mastered Gukumots fears not the blackest pit or the fieriest hell. Your deeds in the east did not go unnoticed. Long have I lain in wait, and sure enough, you did not disappoint. Had you only sworn fealty to Lord Vorthry, you'd have no cause to skulk about like frightened animals.
True.
You will remain as you are, while I dispatch these villains.
No, I won't. I won't let you.
You forget to whom you speak. Who armed you, trained you, fought and killed 1,000 sin-eaters with you. And when you were inevitably cut down and lay lifeless in my arms, who sought out your successor to carry on the futile struggle again and again? We seek to bring peace to what is left of this shattered land, while these mad fools would only bring further chaos down upon us. Do not be deceived, child. Only by Lord Vorthry's hand will this dying world know a sliver of salvation.
I disagree. We've been bringing the darkness.
I don't know about the world, but I never asked to be saved.
Yeah,
However
that's
much
true.
It hurts, and however hard it gets. It's my life, and I want to live it on my own terms. And those mad fools you want me to abandon, the ones I've traveled with, fought with, and may one day die with. They feel the same. So no, I will not be deceived. No matter what you say, I refuse to believe it's all for nothing. They're everything to me. All I have, and all I need. And I would gladly do anything for them.
I fucking love the soundtrack so much. It's so good.
Let us pass, or kill me. I'm not leaving here without them.
How dare you! Very well. If you would cast your lot with villains, then you shall share their fate.
I heard what you said, and I'm sorry for all the things I've left unspoken.
You have to go, now!
Dad cred time, yeah.
No!
Thancred's my goat. He's cool. I really like his character arc in Shadowbringers.
Do what you came here to do. I'll not have you waste that newfound resolve on me. I leave her in your hands. Hurry!
Dude, Thancred, I feel like he's had a class swap in every DLC. He kind of just like keeps like switching it up. Man of many trades.
Not another step. Your fight is with me.
Where is the barrel on that gun?
Think yourself a protector? As if a whelp like you could be a better father to her than me.
Sheesh. Well, he lost the ability to use Aether. Yeah, I know, but like, I'm trying to think, because he was a rogue at first, or like, yeah, he's a rogue at first. Oh, am I playing as Thancred for this? Yo, I don't remember. I am gonna do some reading while I spam. Alright, yeah, triple cast, easy, jumping attack, potencies. Reduces damage taken. That was a mistake, but that's fine. Okay, that's heal on 30 seconds. Increases damage dealt. Okay, really simple. We can just basically just run our face across our keyboard here. Oh my, this is gonna be a long one.
This is going well.
That's one way to put it.
Beast of my blood, answer my call! Rend my foes and ward their blows!
That's a pretty cool transform. On the one spam game. When will I learn? I don't do that. Oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, that's just a eat shit and die. Using perfect deception? Oh.
Not good.
Nah, dude. Okay, here, surely. So yeah, we're just waiting out damage again. Oh man, dude, these are so slow. They're cool, but they are slow.
You presume to be her protector? Pathetic. No quarter!
He's gonna dash. Nope, we're fine. Oh my lord, dude. Oh, the Giga cartridge. We send it. Oh, never mind.
Fall from man! Fall!
Oh, that's not good. Cool fight that's important to Thancred's story, but yeah, it does take a while. It is. Okay, well after this I'll be able to heal. Okay. Holy. That is just a long one. Not fun when tired. Not fun when tired. I'm sure it is a cool fight. Holy. I'm so tired.
You would have her suffer and die. I would spare her that fate.
That is not for you or anyone else to decide ever again.
Oh my god. I am getting railed with sleep deprivation. This is crazy. It is just crashing. My boy Thancred lives though, right? Like... he's a liver. Can't kill off
Not a
Thancred
single
now.
day goes by that I don't think about all that you have given me. Countless memories.
Oh, that's a really good shot, though. He might die.
Moments I took for granted. Gods, you grew up so fast. But you had to, didn't you? For those you had lost. For those you could yet save. A world teetering on the very brink of oblivion, for which you gave your everything, without hesitation. Your kindness, your compassion, your love, then and now. One last time, with a little help. I'm so proud to have been a part of your life. Oh, Minfilia.
There's no shot he's dead. I don't believe it. I'm not buying it. I don't believe it. I am strongly considering going to sleep. I'm strongly considering going to sleep. Do I pull the trigger on ruining my sleep schedule even more? Accomplishing the exact opposite of what I wanted to do. I might do it. Yes, sleep schedule is in absolute terrible shambles. This is a tragedy. But I had a pretty good stream. Pretty solid stream. Would probably end up doing the same stream tomorrow. I might do it. Because I am 2 monsters deep. And my brain is shutting down. It is so cooked. Like, I want to care about that cutscene, and if I was awake, I know I would. But I'm so goddamn tired. That Thancred cutscene, just like... It's so bad. It was a good cutscene, but holy shit. My brain cells. Oh, we have a little goblin. Oh my lord! The goat! Welcome to the game! Oh, what? Can I do that here now, too? I've never seen that before. This is incredibly interesting. Fuck, dude. Oh, man. I love Final Fantasy so much. I really don't understand why I don't just, like, play this game more. It's so good. They added it last patch. Okay, makes sense. This is, the usual Reaper dude. Oh, that is... I see how that works. That is super, super cool, actually. That's really cool. Okay. That's pretty cool. Alright. Fuck it. I'm biting the bullet. I'm going to sleep at 11:30 in the afternoon. This is going to be a mistake. And I'll probably be doing the same goddamn stream tomorrow. Yeah, you don't have to wait to see what's glam on every individual piece. Yeah, it is actually a nice change. It is actually a nice change. I'm a fan of that change. See you in 8 to 12 hours, yeah. Or like 4 to 6, who knows? That's what I'm hoping for more, I think. Thank y'all for the goated ass stream though. That was a fun stream. That was a fun stream. I had a lot of fun. So, you know, a little bit of motivation to kind of get back into it. That was a fun time. Popper's tired too. Alrighty. Dude, I might actually wake up with a lost voice because of how much I talked during the first 3 hours of that stream. We'll see, we'll see. I am out of here. Have a wonderful day. I'll see y'all in a few hours. Was fun. Yeah, too much yap, unfortunately.